Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alrighty, campers. Oop. Why is my green screen stuck? There's a dog bed behind it. There we go. Let's get this in order. There we go. That's better. Hello, hello, welcome back, everybody. It's time again for a little bit of free therapy. Whew. Hope we're doing all right today. Hope everybody's still got all their fingers. Everybody still have all their fingers. We didn't have any fireworks catastrophes. All 9, period. That's why God gave you 10 fingers, so you have extras. Wait, I had a coffee. Where did I set it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I thought it was with me. Well, I gotta go find it. I'm gonna go find this coffee. I set it down somewhere. Okay, we're good. Alright. Alright, we're in the clear. There we go. Alright. Alright. From the top. Run it back. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Got my coffee now, so now I'm prepared. It's physically impossible to do therapy without coffee. It's my performance enhancing substance. We're going to the pizza buffet today. We're going to the pizza buffet. I'm not sure when we're gonna do that, but also Casey wanted me to do a counseling session with her. I'm not sure when she wanted to do that. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, how are you doing? Are we asleep? Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? We're sleeping? Good morning. Good morning, campers. It's time for another day. Everybody's asleep. Everybody's asleep. If everybody's asleep, I feel weird talking. I don't want to wake you up. I don't want to disturb your nap. Wake up. Wake up. It's time. It's time to get to work. Too sad to talk? Well, you did it. You did it. Even if it's just a little bit, you did it. What are you feeling sad for? What are you feeling sad about? Just 'cause? Being happy in life is something you really gotta work for. I wish it was easy and I wish it was just the default state, but the unfortunate reality is that life is full of shit that will bother you and upset you and bum you out. So I try my best to stay happy in spite of all those things because I want to. Last time I was here it's been 2 years. It's been a while. It's been a while. I want to talk about this again because I feel like when it comes to changing your mind and improving your mental health, there's a lot of reminding to be done. The process of changing your mind and changing your thinking is basically just you reminding yourself of the new way that you are working on thinking and continuing to do that until it sticks. Social identity is my problem. Well, what do you want to do about it? There's no shame in having a problem that you want to fix. We've all got stuff that we could be working on. We've all got stuff that we could change about ourselves. We've all got ways in which we could improve. From the withered tree, a flower blooms. I like it. I like it. One of the things that I found inspiring in a depressive phase of my life, I was out on a walk and I was just looking at the plants that were sprouting up through the cracks in the concrete. And it was just a reminder that life wants to live. You know, even if the conditions aren't ideal, like life wants to live. So I choose to live. Have we been working on our visualization? I would hope that if you've heard me talk about visualization so often that you would incorporate it into your daily practice. If you want to be happier, the process works like this. What would you be like if you were just a little bit happier? Not as happy as you wish you were, but just a slight amount of an improvement from where you are. That next little step. Sometimes that next step is obvious. Sometimes that next step might feel uncomfortable. It might feel strange. It might feel weird. But it's important to remember that sometimes getting better doesn't feel good, at least not immediately. Sometimes it feels strange. Sometimes it feels weird. Sometimes it feels unusual. Sometimes it feels like I'm forgetting something. Sometimes it feels like something's missing. I can't quite put my finger on it. Not quite sure what it is. I often think about just how easier it would be to treat mental health if treating mental health worked in a linear way and that it felt good and then it just continued to feel more and more good the further you went. But that really isn't how it works. I think if it did work that way, I wouldn't have a job. I feel like people wouldn't really struggle as much if it did work that way. I think that's just a flaw in the design of our brain. I hope that, me teaching you how your brain works helps you in improving your mental health, because I found it to be really helpful for me. You know, like when you're really feeling bad about yourself in life, or maybe you feel like you're really struggling with something, you feel really challenged by something, it can feel like you're stuck or that you're not going to be able to change. But your brain can change. Your brain changes all the time. Your brain is changing right now, as we speak. You have billions of brain cells, and each of those cells has a bunch of different connections to other cells. And so it's this incredibly complicated web. And it's always changing. Old connections are falling away. New connections are being made. The cool part about your brain is that you can influence the direction of this change. And so the change that you're looking for isn't going to be instantaneous. It's gradual. What's in the cup? I'll give you a guess. I'll give you a guess. You get one guess. Do you want a hint? Ketamine? Oh. If I... Close. Close. Hint, please? It was what was in the cup yesterday. Same thing as yesterday. And also same thing as pretty much every time you've seen me drinking out of this cup. Poop water. Another thing that I want to talk about really quick as I wait for some questions to come in. We've got a couple questions in the box already, and we'll start getting to those soon. But I feel like monologuing for the time being, so bear with me. Sometimes, and I've noticed this within myself, I've also noticed this within others, sometimes getting better, especially in the beginning stages, sometimes getting better feels like you're getting worse. Not because you're actually getting worse, but because you're becoming more aware of the toxic traits that you're working on changing. You're basically just more zoomed in on them. You have a higher awareness of them, and so they appear bigger. Not because they actually are bigger. You're just more familiar with them. You understand them better. And so it gives you the false impression that this problem has grown, when in reality you're just more aware of the problem that you were trying to fix. You have a better understanding of the depth, the nuance. And I feel like this fact is what discourages a lot of people from actually doing the work. It's because they start doing the work and then they realize, oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna suck. This is gonna be painful. And so they just don't. And they just try not to think about it. Try to forget it. But you and I both know that trying to forget stuff doesn't really work. So you have to keep pushing. You have to have your eyes on the prize. Have you ever run on a treadmill? Have you ever run on a treadmill and you start running and you're like, oh my god, this sucks, this is terrible. But then once you actually start to get into the groove of it, it's not as bad. You've acclimated. But it's those first few minutes where you're just like, oh, this is terrible. I want to quit. It has a pretty name, but it probably tastes like ass. Yeah, moonshine is the stuff that, like... Moonshine is the stuff that, like, hillbillies like to make out in their, out on their little cabins out in the middle of nowhere. And yes, it does taste bad. In the same way that any high-proof alcohol tastes bad. Flavored moonshine can be good though. I'm I'm not really a hard alcohol drinker, but if I had to pick one as my favorite, I think I would have to go with rum. And I think that's just the pirate in me. It's my it's a part of my pirate identity. An appreciation for rum. Oh, if we're picking. Yeah, you can pick. Anything goes. Do we have any moderators here today? I don't think any of my mods showed up. Yeah, none of my mods showed up to work today, so anything goes. Do as you please. My best and only friend is moving to another city, and I'm going to be alone once again. The sadness I'm feeling right now is overwhelming. Allow yourself to feel that sadness. Allow yourself to feel what you're feeling. But know that that hurt will heal, and know that you can continue to connect with people. You don't need loneliness. And you don't have to be alone if you don't want to. know, it's hard, but I feel like you'll be able to bounce back, and I feel like this is an opportunity. I feel like this is an opportunity. This is the universe telling you, I need to challenge myself, I need to go out there and start connecting with people. You gotta find your tribe. I've noticed I'm not very good at consoling people when they're sad, and that's on me. I recognize that I adopt a stance that's a bit more assertive when it comes to dealing with feelings of sadness. I'm much more of a, well, let's see what we can do about it. Let's see how we can fix it. Let's see what we can do to take care of that feeling. Because that's what worked for me, you know? It's like sadness and depression, it's like a wet blanket just draped over you. Let's take a peek in this question box. Let's take a peek. I was just about to say I'm sad I didn't get to go to the zoo today. What happened? I thought you were going to the zoo. Did you get rained out? I'm going to the zoo tomorrow. Is the weather gonna be good? God, I have my VPN. I left my VPN on by mistake when I started streaming, so my internet traffic's being rerouted through Canada. And so I went to check my weather, and it gave me Canadian weather. And it gave it to me in Celsius. I'm like, this means nothing to me. Got a sub but don't have money. Just maybe the universe will send one your way. It might happen. Ever seen a crystal clear sign in the clouds? An old meme from God? You know? What I've noticed is that if you open your mind to seeing signs, you'll see them all over the place. You'll see them everywhere. For some people, this is a bad thing. For some people, this is a good thing. I try to keep my mind open. You know, when I feel like the universe is sending me a sign, I try to stay open to it. Sometimes the universe throws some shit your way. How do we choose to view that? Do we view it as the universe hates me, the universe wants me to suffer? Or do we view it as this is just another challenge for me to overcome? This is just an opportunity for me to test my skill, temper my steel. Chat. None of my mods showed up for work today. You know what this means. It means it's time to find America's next top moderator. So you know, I've done some digging. Over the past couple weeks, slowly coming out of the prison I put myself into and trying to mend the relationships I ruined. You know? That's some keen insight. I think a really important thing for people to recognize within themselves is that the prison that you feel like you are in is one that you put yourself into. You hold the key. Trying to mend the relationships I ruined, one thing that always gets me in being told something I already know. The word I think is called knots. Like yesterday, I was talking with the people I'm currently staying with, and among the conversation, one of them had the idea to bring up that I'm moving out. You know, when you move out, I got really intense knots there. Like that, twisting feeling in the pit of your stomach. Yeah, I know the one. Now, I don't know if it's because I'm afraid or if it's because of some kind of reaction, but I hated hearing it. I know I was moving out, but hearing it being talked about just really put me at odds. Would you be able to explain to me what the emotion I'm feeling is? I'm going to label it simply. It's definitely tied to a feeling of anxiety. And so when it comes to anxiety, you know, there's a lot of different feelings we can attribute to that. I think a lot of the reason why you felt that way is because of the, you know, when it comes to like moving out, there's a lot of uncertainty. You know, things are going to be changing, things are going to be different. I'm going to have to adjust my routine, I'm going to have to make some changes in my life, and that can be scary. Sometimes change can create feelings of anxiety within us, even if it's good change. Our brains and our body like things to be predictable and familiar, and so sometimes even good, positive changes can make us feel bad. And sometimes it just takes our mind and our body a little bit of time to catch up. I deny feelings. Is this good or bad? I'll answer your question with one of my favorite quotes. You gotta feel it to heal it. Like, if your house is on fire, like if your stove is on fire, and you just walk into another room and close the door and turn on the TV and try to forget that the fire is there, the fire is not going to go out on its own. It's just going to continue to smolder. But if you want to put the fire out, and if you want to start fixing the damage that the fire caused, you got to go and face it. Like when my Christmas toaster started burning. They got you a toaster for Christmas and it wasn't even a good toaster and it caught on fire. A borderliner. You know, we've got a lot of people with borderline in this community, and I feel like it's really misunderstood. I have a really good understanding of the BPD mind. It's one of the things that really fascinates me in psychology, and I love working with those people. But yeah, when it comes to your feelings, if you actually want to do something about them, you have to allow yourself to feel them. Whether it be because, well, the reason why is because if you suppress emotions, you don't just suppress certain types of emotions. When you suppress your emotions, you suppress all of your emotions. And so if you're just trying to suppress your sadness, or your anger, or your guilt, or your shame, or whatever it is that you're trying not to think about, you're also going to limit your happiness, your joy, your excitement. So, suppressing your emotions, trying not to feel your emotions, trying to deny your feelings, it's not helping you, it's actually hurting you. You gotta feel it to heal it. Be stoic. I agree. We want to be stoic, but being stoic is kind of misunderstood. Sometimes people assume that being stoic means you don't feel anything or you don't feel your emotions, and that's not true. It's about how you respond to your emotions. You still feel them. You just don't let them run your life. You don't act in a way that is fueled by them. Anyway, let me get this wheel out of the way. Those feelings of that feeling of knots you get in your stomach, that is a symptom of anxiety. And you bring up something interesting. Anxiety doesn't just live in the mind, it lives in the body. It lives in the tightening of muscles, it lives in the fidgetiness of your hands or your feet, the dilation of your pupils, your metabolism, your perspiration. Anxiety is just as much, if not more, a physiological response than it is a mental response. And this is why one of the most effective ways to manage feelings of anxiety is to manage it in your body. Because it's not very easy to manage it in your mind. It takes a lot of time and practice and work to change things in your mind. But it's easier to control it in your body. You do that through your breathing. Turn each of your breaths into a little love note to yourself. Money versus mental health care. You know, I've known plenty of rich people, plenty of wealthy people who were miserable. As it turns out, having everything in the world doesn't give you everything you need. And some of the happiest people in the world are happiest with nothing. If you can be happy with nothing, you can be happy with anything. Mental health just stopping evolution and higher being mad. I'm trying to figure that out. Honestly though, I feel like our understanding of mental health and our improvement in our awareness and the expansion of our consciousness is the way that we continue to evolve. What nail color to get? It's summertime, so something summery. Nice summer color. I'm a good guy. Thank you. Nice summer color. It's a lot to choose from. That's why I don't color my nails. I'd never be able to decide. I wouldn't be able to settle. It's too much variety. I notice you have these seer emotes. You got the seer emotes. Check this out. This is me. This is me and your boy. This is me and your boy. You know, of all the content creators I met, am I reading chat? No. No. No, I never read chat. No, I read chat constantly. How's my day going? My day's going pretty good. I feel like I'm not hungover in a traditional sense. I feel like I'm hungover in like yesterday was really exciting. We had a lot of the fireworks were going off non-stop. until like 2 in the morning. Just pop, 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 boom, pop, 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 tap, 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 pow, pow, boom, boom. Just constantly. It sounded like there was an alien invasion going on. There was. You know, if the aliens did want to invade America, I feel like the 4th of July would be the best time to do it because the firework noises would cover up the sounds of the invasion. So if there are any aliens watching and you want to recruit me to help you invade Earth using my expert knowledge of the human mind, I'm happy to help. Sorry, gang, but if aliens invade, I'm switching sides. I'm gonna be joining the aliens. I'm gonna get my hair bleached trashy blonde and might go for yellow then. Alright, here's the thing. Of all of the colors of nail polish, I would have to say that yellow is probably my least favorite because yellowed nails is the color of like a fungal infection. Like if you have a fungus in your nails, it makes your nails turn yellow. So whenever I see somebody with yellow nails, I'm just like, oh. Looks like you got athlete's foot. It's your body, your choice. Do what you want to do. If I had to paint my nails, I would go with black. Drink my poop water? I am drinking my poop water. I feel like I've been a really negative energy lately, so I want to apologize for that, even though you don't know who this is and don't like apologies, but anyways. Oh, you thought you could get away with it? You thought you could just sneak an apology past me? I think you've done a great job creating a community and connections that I could lean on, and it's been a step towards me realizing finding real-life connections is crucial. Good. Good. This is good. You know, making online connections is important, and online friendships are valid. I feel like there was a lot of, like, I remember growing up and being told, like, your online friends aren't real friends. And I'm like, no, the friends, like some of the friends that I've had longer than anyone else have been online friends. Like I've had online friends that I've been friends with for over 20 years. So, like, those friendships are definitely valid. But if you are in a position in your life where you're trying to, like, engage more and be more connected and more social and, you know, you're building up your relationships, online relationships are a great way to practice your socializing and practice, you know, like, also finding out what it is you want in a relationship with somebody. You know, it's a great way to, like, figure out your boundaries and figure out what it is you're looking for in connecting with people. The health people don't believe in twin flame. Yeah, you weren't here for it, Gary, but the other day somebody was talking about a twin flame and I went on a rant for like 10, 15 minutes about it. The whole concept of a twin flame is basically just like an excuse for people to like stay in a toxic relationship. Like the people, like I had friends that were dating and they were like, "Oh, we're each other's twin flames," and it was the most toxic relationship I'd ever seen. Just like constantly, like constant infidelity on both sides, and just like gaslighting and manipulation, and like both of them were accusing the other of gaslighting the other one, and it's just like, ugh. I get that relationships are work, but they shouldn't be that much work. Lots of people see me as their twin flame. See, I believe that we can be on like the same wavelength as people. I feel like a lot of people, you know, like people have a certain type of energy to them. And you either connect with that energy, you resonate, or you don't. I stepped out of my shell and rolled a joint and went over to my neighbors who were spinning a fire staff after midnight last night, and it actually wasn't weird, I don't think. It probably wasn't weird. They were outside after midnight twirling a fire stick. Like, I don't think you were at risk of being the weird one. Alright? just as an outside observer into this exchange, like I don't feel like you were the weird one. But that being said, sometimes finding friends in life is about finding people who are a similar flavor of weird as you, or at least a complementary flavor. You know, we've all got our own flavor of weird, and I feel like it goes best with, you know, a nice pairing. You know, you want to find something that can accentuate that flavor, something that pairs well with it. They took my number and texted me, literally welcoming me to the family, and I think I really needed that glimmer of hope. This feels like more than a glimmer, but I feel like as you continue to open up to it, you'll be able to see more of the light that you're looking for. But no, that's good. That's really awesome. That's a huge W. Anyways, just wanted to put some positivity out there. I hope you're feeling good this Friday. I am feeling good. I'm going to the pizza buffet today. I've got no complaints. I have a firework hangover. I think that's what it is. Like, I feel hungover. I don't feel sick. I'm not in pain like an alcohol hangover. I have like a firework hangover. Just like I feel like I just got out of a war zone. Like, I don't know what the fireworks are like where you live, but the fireworks where I'm at were crazy last night. First hangover, I thought you had bad allergies. Oh. Hangovers. That's one of the reasons why I don't really ever drink, is because the hangovers you get as an older adult, they make the hangovers that you got when you were in your 20s look like child's play. Like, if I get a hangover, it's like, I'm just not gonna do anything that day. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be in bed until 5 p.m. No, I'm feeling good. Feeling good today. Just kind of tired. Yesterday was a lot of excitement. You'll notice that, like, and I feel like not a lot of people talk about this. But, like, if you have a really fun and exciting day, your brain kind of needs a day to, like, get back to normal afterwards. And so it's not quite a hangover in the traditional sense, it's almost more like an emotional hangover. Like, if you had a really fun and exciting day, like, let's say you went to the water park. Let's say you went to the water park. That's always my example for having a fun time. Can you tell that I like going to the water park? Except not anymore, because it's actually kind of gross. But just the concept of, like, water slides is fun to me. But, like, that day after, or, like, maybe you went out on a boat, like, maybe you were out on the lake, you know, maybe you were out swimming, you were doing something fun. That next day, you're just, like, you feel like you're running it, you're firing it on half of your cylinders. Aldous Huxley wrote a book called After the Fireworks. He kind of describes the feeling. All right, yeah, okay. So he gets what he gets it. He gets what I'm trying to say. And I feel like this kind of speaks to the reason why we can't be ecstatically happy all of the time. Because if we were, it would just be normal for us, and then it wouldn't actually bring us any joy or excitement. It would just be our baseline. And so we kind of just need those days where we can just be okay. What happened to the last VOD? Oh, my VOD? Did it not auto-publish? Why didn't it auto-publish? My VODs are supposed to auto-publish, but that one didn't. Here, I got you. I'll publish it right now. Sometimes Twitch turns off my VOD auto-publishing because I'll play too many copyrighted songs. And I'm never gonna learn my lesson. I'm gonna keep doing it. Like Strokin. I wonder if Strokin got me muted. Some songs don't get me muted. Like the song I play at the beginning of the stream, Born to Be Alive, like that one doesn't get me, like, muted. It doesn't mute my VOD. But some songs do. It's hit or miss. You got an ad for Football Galaxy, Minions Kino. That's what they're putting on my channel? That's what they're advertising? I'm from Germany. Hallo. Du bist aus Deutschland. Ich bin aus America. Meine Deutsch ist nicht so gut. Aber ich kann sprechen ein bisschen. My German is not very good, but I can speak a little. Hello? Well, howdy, partner. You know what I've noticed? You know what I've noticed? Some languages are easier to speak after you've had a drink. German is one of those languages. And I feel like it's because the German people don't talk to each other unless they've had a beer first. The same goes for Russian. Russian is also easier to speak if you've had a few. You want to try the link, but does it have to be a one-sentence question? It can be as long as you want. I've gotten paragraphs put in the question box before. It's totally fine. As long as you like. Italian maybe too. There you go. But no, I had this realization. I'm like, oh yeah, the Deutsch. But no, I had a couple drinks on the 4th of July and it was like, oh yeah, my German's coming back to me. It's like I remember it now. I can speak German more easily after I've had a few. I can't explain it. I want to go to Germany sometime. I want to go to Germany sometime. They won't want me to speak German, though. They'll be like, oh, that's a cute attempt, but we should probably speak English. Because if you go to Germany, they've been practicing English since they were in kindergarten. You want to know the word for kindergarten in German? It's Kindergarten. Do you know what the word Garten means? It literally just means garden. Some German words are like that. It's like German, a lot of the words just we get a lot of English words from German words. We just changed like one letter. The computer? Oh, computer. Alright, let's take a look at this question. I feel like I self-sabotage any potential relationships. Only thought of this because my latest potential one told me that. And even when it blew over and we were kind of friends, I blew it up because I wanted to be more than just that, and I don't know how to stop it. Every time I spend too much time with them, slowly but surely, I'll find them annoying because I spend too much time with them and slowly ghost them and get upset when they leave. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Sometimes we do sabotage our relationships. And I look at this as a different form of self-harm. You know, we harm ourselves in different ways. Some people cut themselves, some people burn themselves, some people drink, some people smoke, some people push people away. I think part of what you've described here is it's not an issue with you. It's not something that's like wrong about you. It's your boundaries. You know what I mean? And that's something that can be fixed. That's something that you can work on. Like you want to be close to people, but you don't want to hold them and squeeze them and bring them in so tight that they start turning blue. You don't want to crack their ribs. View your relationships like a garden. You want to have multiple different plants that have, different qualities, different features, different attributes. Some require different levels of care and attention than others. But you want there to be a nice wide variety. Because I can guarantee that if it's just you and one other person, you will undoubtedly start to find them annoying because that's just how it goes. It's kind of like when you go on vacation with a friend. You go on vacation with a friend and you spend all day together every day for a week or 2 weeks. And at the end of that vacation, you're like, I need a break from this person. I need a break from this person. Doesn't matter who they are. Could be your closest friend. It could be a family member. Sometimes we just need to have a little bit of distance. And that's important in our relationships. Having some distance doesn't mean that you're letting them go. Having some distance doesn't mean that you're never going to see them again, you're never going to talk to them again. If you've had volatile relationships early in your life, or if you've had circumstances where you've been abandoned, or, you've had people take advantage of your trust, it can make it challenging to form healthy relationships in the future. But that doesn't mean that it will always be that way. This is just something for you to practice. Also, sometimes, let me formulate my thoughts here because I want to make sure I say this correctly. Sometimes if we have like maybe a fear of abandonment, what we will do is we will push our friends away. We will push away the people that we are closest to, almost as a way of testing to see if they actually will leave. Because somewhere deep down we might be afraid that we're going to be abandoned just like we were before. And so we want to test the limits of this relationship. And it almost becomes a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, they're just going to leave me just like everybody else leaves me. And it's because we push them away. It's okay to give your friends some space. It's okay to give them time and distance to, do their own thing. And if we catch ourselves pushing people away, just take a moment to just stop and ask yourself why we do that. Being aware of the ways that we self-sabotage is really important in our healing. This isn't something that we need to feel guilt or shame over, because this is something that everybody does. Everybody self-sabotages in different ways. Some of us spend too much time on our phones instead of doing stuff that we need to do around the house. Some of us, eat unhealthy food because we didn't want to spend the time to cook. We self-sabotage in different ways. And what we need to do and what we owe to ourselves is to recognize when we do that so that we can change that behavior. Couldn't be me. Skeenerbug, none of my mods showed up for work today. Well, Row Your Motorboat and the Woodler are here, but they're not really mods. They're like honorary mods. Skeenerbug, if you have any interest, I would give you a sword, but only if you want it. No pressure. That would mean giving up your VIP diamond, though. You can't be a VIP and a mod. Twitch doesn't let you. You'd promote my streams on YouTube, but you're nobody? Oh, you're somebody. You're somebody. Honestly, we've got a lot of traction and a lot of people who come in and join the stream just by word of mouth. So even if it's just like telling your friends about it, like that's pretty much it. Like you don't have to go put an advertisement in Times Square, just like tell 1 or 2 people. And then maybe they'll tell 1 or 2 people. And then next thing you know, I'm the biggest streamer in Germany. Der grossest Streamer auch Deutschland. The word for biggest in German is gross. Or the word for big is gross. So if I was the biggest streamer in Germany, I would also be the grossest. I'll be moving to Köln. That's how they say Cologne in German. Köln. Yeah, you know what? If I become the biggest streamer in Germany, I would move. I would move to Germany. I would have to get Casey to go with me, though. I wouldn't go without her. But yeah, why not? I'll go back to the fatherland. The daddy land. Anyway, questioner, just show yourself some grace. Just show yourself some grace. I would say try to focus on not putting too much expectation on what a relationship should be, and just try your best to enjoy it as it is. Does that make sense? Because I feel like another layer to this, or another aspect of why this might be so stressful for you, is just, the preconceived notion of what a relationship should be. That can make us unhappy in our relationships, because it makes us feel like the relationship is wrong in some way, when there might not actually be anything wrong with the relationship. Anyway, I'm sure you'll do just fine. You know, just keep working on it. Let us know if we can do anything to help. Elden Ring, bye. There you go. There you go. Oh, we've got some elaboration. The only boundaries they broke is I love my alone time. The more we hang out, the more I feel pressured, like, oh, I need to hang out with them. And I feel bad not because the relationships didn't work, but because I wasted their time and hurt them. Yeah, relationships shouldn't really feel like obligations. Like, having a bit of pressure in a relationship isn't a necessarily bad thing because pressure is what turns coal into diamonds. Pressure can be motivating. Like maybe it's your friend's birthday and you want to get them a good gift. You want to get them something that they'll really like. That's pressure. And it's not a bad thing. Pressure is what pushes us to perform at our highest level. But also, it's okay to say, I can't. Maybe another time. I feel like this is definitely something that you can talk to your friend about and clear it up without needing to feel hurt. I feel like, just coming to a better understanding of one another can actually help you. Sometimes having conflict in a relationship actually helps you take that relationship to the next level. Being able to talk about and work through conflict is a huge part of how a relationship grows. The closest relationships that we have with people aren't the ones where there is never any conflict. It's the ones where we have conflict, but we're able to work through it, and we're able to come to an even deeper understanding of one another. Because that's one of the things that conflict does, is it allows us to develop a deeper understanding of the person that we are in conflict with. And also a deeper understanding of ourselves in regards to, how do I handle conflict? How do I resolve conflict? I don't know. There's no rule book for friendship, It's a lot of improv. But the most important thing is just talk to people. Tell them how you feel, but also be willing to listen to how they feel. Just try your best to come to a better mutual understanding. Hanging out with somebody shouldn't be something that you feel like you need to do. It should be something that you want to do. Can a therapist define a fuckboy? I'm sorry, I'm uncensoring. I'm uncensoring your message. Can I explain it in psychology terms, aka the men who just want the intimacy aspect of dating but no commitment? Like women are just quests to conquer or just don't understand the repercussions that could lead someone on or hurt their feelings by being used, and how to recognize these guys and how to stay far away. That last part, how to recognize it, that's actually really tricky. Some guys make it really obvious, and it's pretty easy to tell that they're just in it, they're just in it for sex. They're in it for the physicality of the relationship. Some people are, very straightforward and easy to read in that way. Some people can be a bit sneakier. Some people can be a bit more manipulative. So in psychology terms, what is going on with this type of person? I do think you hit the nail on the head. A lot of it has to do with, first off, how they view women. A lot of the time, people like this, or men like this, they don't view women as their equal. For them, they get a sense of accomplishment and pride and validation by having sex. And when you think about it, this is a very simple way of thinking, because wanting to have sex is a biological imperative. It's something that exists in most living creatures. It's hardwired into your DNA. You're supposed to get out there and reproduce so that life can keep living. So on a base level, it's meant to be rewarding to reproduce. But now some people take this and they make their identity about it. And they view, a sense of conquest. I think part of the reason why men do this is because, first off, it gives them a sense of gratification. It makes them feel good about themselves. And men need that too. Everybody needs that. Everybody needs to feel validated and good about themselves. And this is one way that they can feel satisfied in that regard about who they are and what they do and what their accomplishments are. And so I think it really just is like an immature way of viewing the world. It's just an immature way of viewing the world. Another part, and the reason why men do this is it's complicated. There's a lot going on there under the surface, and so I'm not going to be able to address all the reasons, so I'm just going to address as many as I can think of at this point in time. Another really important thing for this type of man is that they want to impress other men. Certain men feel confident and assured in their own masculinity by impressing other men. Which is actually kind of gay if you think about it. I'm joking. It's like, oh, you're just doing this to impress dudes? Kind of like bodybuilders. It's like bodybuilders don't gain muscle to impress women. They gain muscles to impress other men. Men often will look at, they want to impress other men so that they feel confident and assured in their own masculinity. So that's part of the reason why they do it. They want to do it because they feel like it will impress other dudes. Like, look at how many people I've bedded. Look at how many people I've slept with. I'm so good at being a man because of that. It's like, not really. Not really. So I think that's part of it. It's just people have a misunderstanding about what makes a person masculine, what makes a person, a valued member of society, what makes a person successful. My best tip on how to recognize this type of person to be able to stay away is to learn to recognize a certain type of look. I like to call it the predator stare. I like to call it the predator stare. This person doesn't look at you like you're a person. This person looks at you like they are looking at a piece of meat, a big tasty steak, and they say, can't wait to consume it. Kind of like this. It's all in the eyes. It's all in the eyes. This is Ted Bundy, by the way. It's all in the eyes. See? They look at you like they're looking at prey. So if you see somebody and they're looking at you like they want to eat you, that's a good sign that you should probably stay away. They're looking at you like a piece of meat, and they're going to treat you like a piece of meat. You see what I'm getting at? It's all in the eyes. It's all in the eyes. The reason, okay. The reason why it's in the eyes is because that's one of the hardest things to fake. Like, you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, you can fake a friendly face, but it's hard to fake the way that you stare at somebody. And so those are normally a good giveaway for a person's true intentions. How are they looking at you? You feel me? You picking up what I'm putting down? Have you noticed it ever in your life? Have you ever noticed somebody just staring at you like you're a steak? They're just staring at you like they're gonna eat you. Thanks, man. This helps. Hell yeah. Impolite to stare. No, you're right. You're right. It's rude. Do you think ghosting is a form of abuse? What's the difference between taking space and ghosting? Is it a form of abuse? It could be. And I hate that I have to answer the question that way. I'd like to give you a clearer answer, but it can be. It just depends on the context. Like, let's say that you are friends with somebody and they've made it clear that, like, they have a hard time when people just disappear from their lives. Maybe they have issues with abandonment and then they do that to the person, potentially re-traumatizing them. I would say, yeah, it could definitely be considered abuse. It's definitely something that you could do to somebody in an abusive way. Is ghosting always abuse? I don't think so. But I could see how it could be used as an abuse tactic. I would say ghosting is more so reflective of emotional immaturity. Like, if you need space, and this is how I'm going to answer the second part of your question. There's a difference between taking space and ghosting. If you need to take space, tell them that you need to take some space. And I think that's the main difference is if you need to take space, you can communicate to them. Whereas ghosting is just kind of, you just disappear. You just fade away. You just walk into the wall. What does taking space mean? Like, I'm not sure. Generally, it just means, like, I'm going to take a few days or maybe a few weeks or maybe a few months before we talk again. But I plan on talking to you again in the future. This isn't the end. This isn't goodbye forever. This is just so long for now. Like, sometimes you need to focus more on yourself. Like, maybe there's something in your life that you're working on, something that you're working through, and sometimes you just need to be by yourself, and that's okay. Sometimes you just need some space. So I would say that the reason why people do that is because it kind of frees you from a set of social obligations. Like, keeping and maintaining relationships applies a certain amount of social obligation. This is ghosting. Ooh, I'm a ghost. You can't see me. You're not ready for the jump scare? Ooh, I'm back. I think I do that without telling people. I just fall off the face of the earth. Do you feel like you might be depressed? Because that's one of the big things that I did when I was depressed. I just stopped talking to people. I just distanced myself from everybody. Just kind of disappeared. There's a part of recovery from depression that I have dubbed the apology tour. And this is after you come out of a depressive episode and you start re-engaging with all of the people that you haven't been in contact with. And you're like, hey, I'm sorry that I fell out of contact. Like, hey, I'm sorry, it's been so long since we've talked. You literally just started re-engaging today? That's a fucking W. I'll give you a round of applause for that one. Good shit. The thing about re-engaging is that for most of our relationships, it's like you can pick off where you can pick up right where you left off. And it's like you never spent any time apart. That's a good sign that this is a relationship that will stand the test of time. Because I have friends who are near and dear to me, but sometimes we go a while without talking to each other, but it's okay. And it's like, and when we do start talking to each other, it's, hey, it's good to hear from you. Hey, I miss talking to you. You know? I'm not going to be mad at myself or mad at them for not maintaining the relationship. Maintaining a relationship takes work, and it takes energy, and sometimes we just got other shit to do. Period. Be happy that you're reconnected. Don't be mad or sad that you drifted apart. Focus on the reconnection. That's what matters most. We drift apart from people. Everyone does. But it's about reconnecting and putting in the effort and putting in the work. Showing people in our lives that we care about them and that they mean something to us. That's what it's all about. Oh yeah, it's been a while. No sorries. Oh, good, good. You know the rules. You know how we do it around here. No apologies. Everybody knows the rules. Please don't answer during ads. I can't afford to sub right now. All right, I don't think ads are running, so I think we're in the clear. Same old issue, slightly improved situation, hope on the horizon. I need some strengthening words to make it through this month, if you please. Oh, I got you. I'm gonna gas you up so good. Wait, I think my ads just started. Anyway, my ads just started, so I'm gonna stall for a little bit. I was like, oh good, we're not in ads. And then the ads started rolling. I'm like, oh, okay. So, hey, subscribers, how you doing? You like being subscribed to this channel? You like all those emotes? If you like those emotes, let's see them. Show me what's your favorite emote from this channel? If you're subscribed and you're not sitting behind an ad right now, what's your favorite emote? I'm not subbed. How am I hearing this? You've hacked the Matrix. You're the one. You're the one. You've hijacked the Matrix. The giggle emote. The giggle emote's a good one. The giggle emote is my most popular emote across other channels. So if you're subscribed to this channel, I want you putting this giggling cat all over Twitch. If you're new here and you don't know the lore, all these orange cat emotes are based off of my cat. He inspired me to make a bunch of emotes. You wanna see him? He's so handsome. Look at this. Look at this handsome boy. This is my son. Hey, Anonymous, the gifted sub. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. for gifting that sub to X Ashley. X underscore X Ashley. X underscore Zashley. I love that cat. I love him. He's so big. He's a big boy. I thought he wasn't going to be that big because he was smaller than his sister whenever we got them. But now he's huge. Now he's massive. Alright. I think we're free from the ads now. So I'm gonna pick back up with this question. Same old issue, slightly improved situation, hope on the horizon. You know, that's actually good. It's like, that shows that you're making progress. You're making progress at the speed at which you should be making progress. I need some strengthening words to make it through this month, if you please. I got you. I gas you up. My suicidal thoughts have reduced from daily with plans to 1 or 2 intrusive thoughts a week I can usually laugh off. Hell yeah. That's not only is that progress, but you have like awareness of your progress and you actually have like measurable progress. Can I just say that most therapists would kill to have somebody that they're working with that actually has like that level of awareness of themselves and their progress? Not everybody can do that. Not everybody does that, but that's awesome. Like actual quantifiable, measurable evidence that you are improving. It's great. Also, I think this is good because it's an indicator that you're now at the point in your recovery where, like, when you start having these types of thoughts, you can be like, hold on, what are you doing here? Rather than feeling like a sense of dread or doom around these thoughts. You're actually able to be like, now hold on a second. Nice try, brain. That's good. That's exactly how you want it to go. You're doing great. My mom is still difficult, stubborn, mean, petty, selfish, narcissistic. I don't make diagnoses, lol. And I'm realizing she's always been a bully. I'm honestly proud of myself for making it this far alive and reasonably well adjusted. I'm proud of you too. You know, given the set of circumstances that you had to deal with, you're doing great. TLDR start. Alright, here we go. I can't remember a single time she really comforted, supported, praised, or encouraged me as a kid. And, like, if that had happened, then you probably would remember it. Like, it would stick out in your memory if it actually had ever happened. Because you felt that you were missing something, and that's what you were missing. You were missing having, like, an actual supportive, caring parent. It was never enough. Meanwhile, my 18-month older brother, who beat me daily, angel child, can do no wrong. I really wish that people would just sit down and think about what they would be like as a parent before they have children. I really wish that people who, are this type of parent were just like, you know what? Maybe it's not for me. Like, maybe I don't have the patience or the emotional awareness to do this. I have to raise a human. That's a huge responsibility. Maybe I shouldn't half-ass it. Maybe I shouldn't fuck around. But honestly, life isn't about having perfect parents, because there's no such thing as a perfect parent. Every parent makes mistakes. It's a learning process. It's not about having perfect parents. It's about what you do in spite of the parents that you have. Some of the best and kindest people I've met have had terrible parents, and it's because they learned what not to do. Like, we learn from our parents. We either learn what to do or we learn what not to do. And sometimes learning what not to do can actually be more impactful in shaping who we are than learning what to do. Because when you learn what not to do, you understand why you shouldn't do that thing. When you learn what to do, you don't really understand why you should do that thing. You just believe it to be correct. But when you learn what not to do, there's a lot more learning that goes on. A few weeks ago, she said about what I did to him when we moved in here that I locked him out. I came home to find him messing up my fresh kitchen, taking my food. He almost hit me with a hot frying pan, but stopped as she entered the room. He stormed out. I locked the door. He shouted abuse at me through the door for 45 minutes before I called the police. They recommended a restraining order, which I didn't do because that would stop him from moving abroad. Do you want him to move abroad? Is that something that you want him to leave the country? Like, if you want him to leave the country, then I would say, good. Don't do it. But if you feel like, why should you protect him? I'm on the fence on this one. Like, if you want him to move abroad so that he's just out of the country and you don't have to deal with him ever again, then that's almost better than a restraining order. He's in a different country. But also, why should he get rewarded for this behavior? So I guess it's just the context of, why is he going abroad? But she says I was the problem. She doesn't remember talking to the police, only me locking him out. That's convenient. A convenient lapse in memory. After a life of heavy smoking, drinking, dabbling in substances, self and child neglect, multiple surgeries, she's a wheelchair user, but won't even use her wheelchair properly. In front of the physiotherapy, she does it right, but when they're gone, back to her usual dangerous nonsense. Well, she seems to be the type to like to play the victim. This mother sounds like a narc to me. Yeah, I mean, we're not here to diagnose anybody, but sometimes a pot is black, and it's okay to say, that pot is black. You don't have to be diagnosed as a narcissist to have narcissistic traits and narcissistic tendencies. May 2023, I had moved back in with her. In 2011, she moved into a flat with me, got her name on the tenancy, and has long since decided it's hers, as is everything of mine. Have you ever thought about going no contact? Just a question. Like for your own sake? Like for your own sanity? I feel like being family doesn't give you permission to stay in somebody's life and continue to abuse them. You know what I mean? It's just like anybody, like would you keep anybody else in your life if they just were continuously abusive? Probably not. So don't give people a pass just because they're related to you. Being related to you doesn't give them permission to abuse you. I fully intended to find somewhere else, ASAP, few months at most, so I mostly didn't unpack, just daily essentials. She says I own too much, I should get rid of or put it in storage. She has no idea the cost of storage. Okay, yeah, just the more you describe about her, the more this is just like screaming narcissist. She's obsessed with like how much you have, how much you own, what you do with the stuff you own. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't she have her own things to worry about? Doesn't she have her own life to worry about, but she insists on micromanaging your life instead? Maybe she should go to therapy. She seems to think I could move it all myself, a small middle-aged woman with my own physical disabilities, and she just denies because they're not as bad as hers, being in a wheelchair and all. So it's a contest. Okay. Okay. This makes more sense now. Think about this for a second. Sometimes parents get into a contested relationship with their children. Maybe not all of their children. Sometimes it's a father with a son. Sometimes it's a mother with a daughter. They feel like there's a competition going on. And I feel like that's at play here. I feel like she views your relationship as a contest. Which is why she's so judgmental to you, but so permissive of your brother. Sometimes parents do this with a child that is the same, like... It's mostly like when it's the same sex as the parent. If it's like a father and a son, because on some level the father views the son as someone who is going to be his replacement. It's like, this is like deep, like Freudian type subconscious psychology. This is like... Does that make sense? Do you get what I'm saying? Like sometimes people will feel like they are in a competition with their child. They feel like their child is here to replace them. And they need to win. And so she turns it into a contest. It's like, oh, well, your disabilities don't matter because mine are worse. I win. I get more points. Yeah, but I worry I'm overthinking it when I think these things about her. I don't think you're overthinking it. I think she's underthinking it. I think you're thinking it correctly. It's easy to feel like we're overthinking when we're used to other people underthinking. She's always turning the heat up to 30, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh my god. That is one of the worst things about having a parent in your home that you don't have a great relationship with, and they just will mess with your thermostat. Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something I had to do once? And I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. This was kind of petty of me, but I felt like it had to be done. I had to put one of these on the thermostat once. I had to lock that shit up. Because no matter how many times I tried to politely ask, hey, can you stop turning the heat up? Because it gets really hot downstairs and we need the AC up. Like, if you're cold, just close your vents in your room. Like, don't turn up the AC. Like, don't turn down the AC in the whole house just because you're cold. Like, I had to put one because talking about it got me nowhere. I had tried talking about it several times and it got me nowhere. And I had to be petty. I had to go to the hardware store and I had to get one of those plastic cases that you put around the thermostat. And I'm not proud of it. I wish that there was another solution we could have had, but they just wouldn't leave the thermostat alone. They just would not leave. They just kept changing it no matter how many times I would ask. And I was always polite about it too. I'm like trying to explain the situation. It gets very hot downstairs. I need the AC turned up. If you're cold in your room, just close your vent. It'll be fine. So I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not proud of it, but I felt like I did what I had to do. I'm like, if you're gonna act like a child, I'm gonna have to treat you like a child. You can't keep your fingers off the thermostat? I'm gonna have to keep your fingers off this thermostat. Sometimes if people want to act like children, you gotta treat them like children. I hate to say it. Sometimes you can't always sit down and have a rational adult conversation with somebody. She plays dumb. She says she was trying to turn it off or down. She basically only wears underwear all day, complaining she's cold, blasting the heating. That girl needs therapy. I think another ad just ran. Give me just a second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before I get back into this one. I'll be right back. Find some cat POV camera. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. And I'll be right back with that question. Hey, Gladys Score. Thank you for subscribing. I'm back. Gotta take a quick potty break. All that poop water, it goes right through me. All that poop water just goes right through me. Alright, let's pick back up. Alright, so we're dealing with toxic mom behavior. Dive back in. So here's some of the stuff she does. She's always turning up the heat really high. She blockades the bathroom. Takes my stuff constantly without asking, totally entitled. Today was cute Ziploc bags, herbs I carefully dried, clothes detergent. Well, she doesn't have respect for your stuff, doesn't have respect for your boundaries or for your emotions. It's like, we can't permit people to abuse us, even if we're related to them. You know, sometimes we have to distance ourselves, and it sucks, and it's stressful, it's unfair, and we would rather things be better and would rather things work. Sometimes you have to love people from a distance, you know, to protect yourself. I don't like how often I find myself shouting, "Don't take my stuff, don't take my stuff." Shouting makes me feel angry. I don't want to be angry. I would say, you know, it's good that you don't want to be angry, but your anger in this circumstance is valid. You are valid to feel angry in this situation. Just reading this makes me angry. Like I'm getting secondhand anger here. Also today, while I was cleaning the fridge, she trapped me in the corner of the kitchen with her wheelchair, dropped a glass jar, and it broke my toe. She mocked me, almost rolling over my other foot. Recently, we've got a minor ant problem. She's been dousing the kitchen in insect poison sprays again. Unsurprisingly, I've got diarrhea. I almost died age 12 after eating a sandwich covered in ant powder. The last few months, she shouts at me, "If you don't like it, get out." So I am. Honestly, good. Good. Because here's the thing. As soon as you leave, she's gonna want you back. "I'm so helpless. I'm in a wheelchair. I need you to help me. I can't make it without you." Expect that. Expect that to happen. Because that's what normally does happen. Like, how could you leave me? How could you abandon me? I'm your mother. Well, then act like it. Like, if you want to be my mother, act like a mother. Don't act like a tormentor. During May, one of my colleagues realized I wasn't okay, and we had a chat about our impossible moms. She let our manager know that she was worried about me. My manager was very understanding, has lightened my workload a little, and has weekly mental health check-ins with me. Honestly, I love that. That's a great manager. That's a great manager. See, and it's not that hard. It's like your manager is being more of a parent than your parent is. And they're doing the bare minimum. I've been working on my people-pleasing behaviors, learning to put myself first, saying no and not feel bad, both at home and at work. My colleagues and friends are so supportive. Honestly, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that. Anyways, hope comes. I found a place. It's a 3 meter by 1.5 meter studio. Pets allowed, which is exciting. It's more expensive and smaller than this place, but my own peaceful space. Available from August 2nd. Not telling my mom the address. Wise choice. Wise choice. Because what would end up happening if she knew your address is that she's gonna be like, hey, I'm losing my place. I don't have a place to live. I can't live on my own. I need to come live with you. Like, why do you want to live with me? Like, why do you... The only reason why she wants to live with you is to keep the contest going. Last time I moved out, she posted my new address on Facebook with a horrible picture of me triple-chinned, sweaty, packing the moving van. I don't use Facebook and didn't know for weeks. She said she was just telling her family. It was posted publicly. She refused to delete it, so I guessed her password and did it myself. Honestly, based. Honestly, based. Like, older people don't recognize this. Like, just posting your address where you live online is fucking dangerous. Like, people just don't realize that. It's like, no, you don't want to dox yourself online because there's weirdos online. You need to protect yourself. These are the same people who told us when the internet was new, don't talk to strangers. But these are also the same people who post every intimate detail about their lives onto Facebook. I'm just like... Make it make sense. I have to tell my aunt to be careful because she'll post pictures with a location tagged, which isn't the safest. Right? Like, imagine that you have a stalker. Imagine that someone is stalking you. And then you have a family member who's just posting all of that stuff on Facebook. It's like, congratulations, you are helping the stalker. She then repeatedly ordered me gifts. Groceries so I could cook, then bring it over to her. Art. Kids for children. Cheap, shitty flat pack furniture. And then said I could give her my stuff and have these new things. Diet supplements, aka scams, she then said I should pay her for. Did she join an MLM? Did she join an MLM and then she's trying to make money off of you? That sounds like something she would do. I don't know her, I've never met her, but I would not be surprised at all if that was something that she did. I'm an entrepreneur. It sounds like she joined an MLM. I hate that I can't even get to the question without ranting about more shit that she's done or is doing. This is the drag, though. I genuinely believe she has no idea how awful and unsafe her behavior is. She's miserable. I don't want my mom to be miserable, but I'm exhausted with trying. Sometimes the only thing you can do for a person like this is give them space. Because if you keep them around, you are enabling their abusive behaviors. You have to stop them from being able to do that to you. And then hopefully, they will be able to reflect. Give them space and give them time to think about why you don't want them around. And then maybe they will come to some realizations. Maybe But maybe not. It's like one of those things. You gotta love somebody from a distance. I told her I'm moving out in August. I still gotta work full time. I'm working on packing on my days off. She constantly gets in my way, blockades me, starts arguments when I'm carrying heavy things. Today, unpacked my packing, saying I took her stuff. When she realized she was wrong, still stormed off, calling me a selfish bitch. She just likes to fight, doesn't she? I'm like, this poor woman. I'm like, I can only imagine the trauma that she's been through that has turned her out the way that she has. I can only imagine what her relationship was like with her mother. That doesn't excuse, but it might help to explain. How can I stay calm when she's winding me up? When she gets louder, you get quieter. Instead of, if she's going to act in a childish way, sometimes you have to treat these people like they are a child. Like a child throwing a temper tantrum. Like when a child throws a temper tantrum, you don't start yelling at them. That's just going to add fuel to it. And so when somebody starts getting all mad and starts yelling, you want to ask them questions. Why are we yelling? I'm right here. I can hear you. You don't need to yell at me. She's looking for a fight, so don't give her one. She has this connection between conflict and having a relationship with somebody. Relationships between mother and child are meant to be contentious. Honestly, dead ass, one of the best things you can do when somebody starts getting heated and start yelling is you just want to, instead of getting angry, act more concerned. Just be like, why are you so upset right now? Like, why are you yelling? Like, are you all right? Is something going on? Do you want to talk about it? How do I not rise to it? It takes practice. And also it's going to be difficult because she's going to make it difficult. She's going to know exactly what to do or exactly what to say to try to get you to react, and no matter what, you can't do it. I know breathing, grounding, etc., but how do I remember to do them when needed? I got you on that one. Okay. When it comes to practicing our breathing and our grounding, etc., you have to practice it when you just feel normal. You have to practice it regularly throughout your day so that it becomes secondhand nature to you. Also, practice it on small, little circumstances, these little like mini conflicts, so that you can start to notice the benefit and you can just practice it more. If it becomes routine, if it just becomes part of what you do, then it's easier to do in the moment. So I would say this. The next time that you have to make a decision, even if it's just a small little decision, I would say especially if it's just a small decision, like what do I want to have for lunch? What do I want to eat for dinner? Practice it. Pause, ground yourself, breathe, and figure out what you want for dinner. when it comes to like implementing and practicing these types of techniques, the trick to it is to practice it in moments where you feel a little bit of stress. Not a lot of stress, not an overwhelming amount of stress, but just enough stress to notice the benefit of the exercise. What do I want to wear today? What do I want to eat for lunch? How do I want to respond to this email? You know, stuff like that. And then your mind will start to make that connection between when I have a decision to make, when I have to make a choice, when I have to decide what I need to do, I will be more practiced in doing it in a mindful way. Also, it might be helpful to visualize. Like, visualize yourself in the next conversation you have with her, but then visualize yourself doing your breathing, like keeping calm and cool. Just imagine yourself having a discussion with her where she gets angry, she starts yelling, she starts calling you names, but you keep your cool. Visualizing it will help you to manifest it. I've been thinking about maybe recording her behavior and informing somebody. Maybe. That might just... Honestly, at this point, I feel like it's best to just look ahead and be like, oh yeah, in August, I am gonna be free. The horizon is coming. You know, I'm nearing the finish line. I feel like focus on you, focus on enjoying your life and finding peace, and allow yourself to just have some distance with somebody who doesn't have your best interest. I'm happy that you're getting a new place and that you're going to be moving out. Is she going to try to make it difficult? Yeah. Are there ways that we can work around that? Yeah. I would just say, just keep your eyes on the prize. You're almost there. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. I'm excited you'll be able to get that new place soon. Oh my goodness. I'm behind on questions. I'm behind. Let's get to it. Let's get scooting. Speed round. Let's go. Last thing, but it's weird. I told one of my potential relationships my problem. Hey, I don't mean to ignore you, but I want some days to myself. And then I went back to them, and when 2 days got tired again. I thought, oh, I got my alone time, but again, just wanted them out. You know, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you realize, you know what? I don't really have the emotional energy to invest in this relationship, and that's okay. You don't have to keep every relationship that you have forever. Sometimes we outgrow people, and that's okay. So I would just say, just wish them well, hope the best for them, and then, you know, go your own separate ways. Nothing wrong with that. Hello, and warning, I typed an essay. I love an essay. Joke's on you. I'm a 28-year-old girly that moved back home with my mom and 2 younger siblings about 2 years ago, along with my fiance. My fiance and I decided to financially step up and take over the mortgage to help my mom. I remember. Let's dive in. Yesterday morning, yes, the 4th of July morning, ugh. My sister got triggered from my fiance and started screaming at both of us, red in the face, saying she doesn't want to live at the house. She wants us to stop yelling at her, while she's yelling at us, of course. She wants everything her way, basically, is what I heard in all the screaming. Have you noticed that every accusation is a confession? Like, nearly every accusation that people make is actually a confession of their own behaviors. We will criticize in others what we are unable to criticize within ourselves. So yeah, it makes perfect sense that she would accuse you of yelling when she's the one that's yelling. The whole time, I kept trying to stay calm and keep a soothing low voice, as I am normally also a yeller due to our dad yelling all the time, yet she kept screaming louder and louder, saying she doesn't care and wants it back to how it was before my fiance and I moved in. Like, I'm sorry, sister, but if fiance and I didn't move in and no one was paying the mortgage, you might be homeless. Hold on, I'm gonna use my psychic powers. I'm gonna use my psychic powers. She's insecure. She's insecure about her own stability. She doesn't like feeling reliant on other people. She doesn't like feeling reliant on other people, but simultaneously blames the people who she is reliant upon. Am I close? You see this quite often. People become dependent on other people, paying their bills, paying their rent, giving them housing, and they become resentful. Good job keeping calm, though. That's what you want to do. Like, when a person yells, just let them tire themselves out. Just let them tire themselves out. Just let them keep yelling. Like, okay. Because they want you to yell back. But you don't really communicate through yelling. Yelling, the only time you should ever yell at somebody else is if they are far away and they are in immediate danger, or they are far away and you are excited to see them, or they are far away and you have something really important to tell them. Like, look out! There's a bear coming! Hey! You forgot your keys! Like, that's okay to yell. Like, that's why we can yell, is to communicate over large distance. We aren't able to yell so that the person 2 feet in front of us can hear us more clearly. That shit doesn't work. I just got my Visa. Woo. Ooh. Woo. Woo. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the 7 months, by the way. Do you like my shirt? I tie-dyed it myself. And I know what you may be thinking, why doesn't she just move out? Well, she's riding the live with mom for as long as I can with providing little to no money, so she just wants to keep living in her little bubble. Oh, so she's a child. I know she might be an adult, but this is how children behave. So, let me get this straight. Your sister is mad at you for allowing her to live at home without paying money, because if you weren't there, that wouldn't be possible. And so she blames you for the predicament that she is in. Yeah, people do this. People do this all the time. People um, will blame the people who enable them. And it's honestly just it's a sign of emotional immaturity is what it is. My mom finally came out to see what all the noise was about and was just so caught off guard by all the emotions. I expressed that I'm trying my best, I'm going to therapy, and trying to be more tolerant about living with my family. My mom said we should go to family counseling and that she could tell I myself was bottling emotions. Honestly, W, mom. Good idea. Family counseling might be a good idea. Sometimes with our families, we have to like save certain things. Like if we're going to talk about this again, we need there to be a counselor present. Like we don't need to have the same argument for the 5,000th time. After all that, my fiance and I talked about it and he suggested we should move out. And I thought at first I wanted to try and make it work and not run away from my family like I always have. But now I'm feeling even more lost and vulnerable and don't want to make it work. Okay, here's the thing. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. They also need to make it work. This is a family affair. This is a group assignment. If you're living in a house with multiple people, the duty is on everyone who lives in that house to help make it work. It's not just on you. It's not just your burden to bear. And it sounds like you tried. You gave it an honest try, and other people didn't want to comply with it. Oh, well, you tried. I wouldn't look at it as running away from your family. It's like, is your family being much of a family to you? I'm not anti-family, okay? I realize like a lot of our questions today have been very like family critical, and I'm not anti-family. I want to make that clear. Family, though, family is a feeling. You might not get that feeling from the people you're related to. It might be your close friends. It might be other people that you've met in life that really give you that feeling of what family is. But just because you're related to somebody doesn't give you that feeling of being family. Let me just ask you this question, chat. What should family feel like? Because even if you haven't felt it, there's probably a part of you that realizes what it should feel like. What should family feel like? Hey guys. Oh, it's B Wayne's here. Finally. Finally, the mod shows up to work. 3 hours late. Finally, we're moderated. Family should feel safe, loving. I agree. Even if you had a family that was unsafe and unloving, on some level, you know that. You know that family should feel like that. You know that family should feel safe, loving, understanding, accepting, compassionate, empathetic. You don't have to have a good family to realize that you're missing something, that something is missing. My best friend is like my family. I have a recommendation for you. Drop the like. Drop the like. And just say is. Like one of my closest friends, like I don't think of him like we're friends. Like, that man is my brother. You know what I mean? Like, he's family to me. People who, like, the way I think of family, I'm like, they could show up at your house anytime, any time of day, any day of week. They could show up at your house and be like, hey. And you'd be happy to see them. You'd be like, come on in. What can I do for you? My dog's the only one I feel is family, TBH. So you know what it feels like. So start expanding that feeling. You know? Widen that net a little. But now I'm feeling even more lost and vulnerable and don't want to make it work. If I'm paying to live here and can't truly have a voice, why am I living here? That's a good question. I was already mentally such a mess and trying to tolerate my triggering family disassociate as best I can. I'm extremely hurt and just feel so defeated because I don't feel like I can truly live here, yet my mom needs the financial help. I'm thinking of letting my mom know I can't keep living here and she will need my sister or someone else to step it up. Yeah, like have your sister get a job. Like if your sister's gonna live there, and if your sister's gonna live there, and she wants to keep that going, she's gonna have to start contributing. I feel like that's fine. Let her step up. Think of it this way. And I'm going to put a positive spin on this, okay? You walking away gives your sister the opportunity to step up. But if you stay and keep paying so that she doesn't have to, then she doesn't have any incentive to actually step up and do what she needs to do. So sometimes in life we have to walk away so that other people can be put into a position where they have to do something. They have to act. We can't be enablers. You're also thinking about telling your mom that you don't want to work on any family counseling because I'm just upset and hurt and it only feels painful thinking about talking about things with my family that I've already expressed in the past. Just to keep saying it to a brick wall in the present and future. Well, here's the thing. Let's not think about the future just yet. Let's just think about the here and now. You're not interested in doing family counseling here and now, and that's fine. You are valid to feel that way. Is it something that you might revisit in the future so that you can be closer to your family and maybe have a better understanding of each other? Possibly. So maybe somewhere down the road, but not now. And I feel like that's a good choice. I would say, give it some time before you start doing that. Sometimes you don't want to, like, the thing about family counseling or like couples counseling is like sometimes people wait until things get really bad and they're like, okay, we need to go to counseling. It's like sometimes you need to give people some space and let things cool off a little bit and just give people time to think before you start revisiting things. Sometimes if things are just like too fresh and too real, like counseling kind of has a hard time being as effective as it could be. So anyway, I would say just keep an open mind, but know that it's okay to not want to do it now. There's no problem in that. I'm okay with my personal therapist for now, because at least there I feel safe and heard. And here too, of course. I wanted to get this off my shoulders. Journaling wasn't enough, and sitting here with my emotions just sucks. I'm spiraling down. How far down do you want to go? And when do you want to start spiraling up? That's the thing about it. That's the thing about spiraling. We often recognize the spiral whenever we're spiraling down, but you can also spiral up. Start spiraling the other direction. Start working your way back to the top. I think that, just being able to get away from all that extra conflict and being able to just focus on, yourself and your healing, but also your relationship with your fiance, I feel like that's really important. And I feel like giving your family some space will allow you to feel, more open to the idea of maybe like working on it or mending it in the future. But while you're living with somebody, it adds a whole other layer of like complexity to try to work on these things. Like when you share a physical space with them. I've yet to talk to my therapist about this event, as I just saw her on Wednesday, the day before the 4th, and I won't be able to see her until next Wednesday, so thank you for your time and presence here. I want to recommend a technique for you real quick. I want you to ask yourself this question. What would my therapist say if I told them this thing? Like, if I told this story to my therapist, how do I think they would respond? Or what do I think they would say? And then when you actually do go in and you talk to them and you do tell them, you'll probably find that you were pretty close in your approximation. This is actually one of the things that helps people to transition out of therapy once they're, ready to graduate. Asking yourself, what would my therapist say about this? And then you realize, oh, that answer actually came from within me. I had the answer. I just had a hard time recognizing my own answers as valid. I needed to weigh them on someone who I could trust their judgment. Does that make sense? Going to therapy helps to train the little therapist that lives inside your mind. But no, I think it's a good idea. Getting some space, getting out there. I feel like that's good. Not a question, but I've been ghosted and they texted 4 months later and said this. Boo. Get it? Because I ghosted you. Not gonna like them, but kinda funny. At least they acknowledged it. Like, sometimes in life we ghost people. It happens. Like, sometimes we just, life gets in the way. Like, sometimes life just gets in the way and we just forget to reconnect with people. But if you do want to reconnect, I would just suggest maybe apologizing for ghosting them. Or maybe just saying something like, hey, it's been a while since we talked. How have things been for you? I hope you're doing well. Just being nice. Like, that also works. What do I do if the thing I was working towards suddenly falls through? I have one word. Pivot. You pivot. To pivot is to keep your momentum and to keep moving, but you change your direction. You realize, okay, the direction I'm going isn't going to work, and so I need to pivot. I don't need to come to a complete stop. I don't need to start over. I can keep going, but I'm just going to carry that momentum into something different. I feel lost without having this specific thing as a goal, and I'm struggling to find a new purpose. I've got something for you. I've got something for you. You actually do have a goal. You actually do have a goal. Do you know what it is? Do you want me to tell you? You want me to give it away? If you are struggling to find a goal, what is your goal? Come on, chat. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me. I know one of you knows. If you are struggling to find a goal, what is your goal? I know one of you knows. I know one of you knows. I have to think back to the... You got it. You got it. Ashley got it. Ashley, you got it. If you feel like you don't know what your goal is, you do have a goal. Your goal is to figure out what your goal is. Figuring out what your goal is a goal in and of itself. Great work. You did it. You don't always need to be working on something. Sometimes it's okay to take some time to figure out what it is that you want to be working on. Figure out what that next step is. So if you're trying to figure out where you're headed, you just need to figure out what that goal should be. And figuring out what your goal should be is a goal in and of itself. What's worse is my problem was another person, and I can't find it in myself to continue trying. At this point, I'm existing, not living. I know this screams codependency, but I just need some words of encouragement. This person was my future, and now I'm completely lost. I feel like this is a great opportunity to focus on yourself and work on yourself. I find it's best to have goals that are related to ourselves. And that might sound selfish, but I mean, you gotta be selfish. You have to want good things for yourself. You have to want improvement and growth. And if that's selfish, so be it. It's okay to be selfish. Just don't be selfish all the time. Just divide it up a little bit. I think the person that you need to look on finding is yourself. If you are feeling lost, the person you are looking for is within you. If you feel lost, you're not going to find yourself in anyone else. You got to look in here. And in here. I have an idea for you. I want you to try this. I want you to try this. Remember, you have a tiny brain in your heart. You have a tiny brain in your heart. The cells that are in your brain that make your brain do thinking, neurons, you also have them in your heart. You also have them in your gut. And so when people say, you know, you can think with your heart, you can think with your gut, it is true. So if you're having a hard time figuring out what to do or what to say or what to think, ask your heart. I find it helps to put your hand over it. Just be like, hey, heart, what should I do? Just feel that beat. That unconditional love that your heart has for you. It's working 24/7, 365 to keep your ass alive. Your heart loves you. It's crazy about you. And it wants the best for you. And so when you find yourself lost, I find it helpful to ask your heart for guidance. Never knew that? Let me show you. Let me show you. This is a 3D model of the heart, and they mapped the neurons within the heart, so the heart basically has its own little brain. Kind of like there's also a little brain inside your gut. The body and mind are much more connected than we really think. We often make a distinction between mind and body, but realistically the two are like this. We don't just think with our head. We also think with our nerves, we think with our heart, we think with our gut. I don't like this. Ask your heart what it thinks. My heart wanted to go to the zoo, then go to the zoo. Then go to the zoo. You don't need no man to go to the zoo with you. You can go on your own if you want. 'Cause you deserve it. The human body is incredible. Oh yeah. It's wild what it can do. You can't drive? Do they have taxis in Sweden? Do you have a friend who would go to the zoo with you that could give you a ride? Do you have a friendly neighbor who would go to the zoo with you? Hey, Brain Domain, it's Cowboy again. Well, howdy, partner. After our talk yesterday about anxiety around death, I took your advice and started watching people who are facing terminal illness. It was very insightful. Seeing people who face my worst fear with such grace, beauty, and strength makes me know I can, at some point in the far future, deal with death in the same manner. Period. Period. In these videos, most of the time the patient has a journal of their life with photos, letters, diary entries, etc. that show how beautiful their life was. This inspired me, and I just bought my first journal. I'm so excited to track all the moments of life that mean something to me. Not only does the journal take my mind away from death and towards living life, but it makes me feel like my time here on Earth is worth it. Have you ever done journaling in any way? What benefits did you get from it? Thanks so much for the help. I know I actually have a journal. I have it right here. I have it on my desk. I haven't written in it in a while, but you know what? I've always been meaning to write in it more. I recognize just how important and beneficial journaling can be. I just have a hard time getting myself to do it. And I think that's just, my own, that's my own issue. I feel like I don't want to write stuff down unless it's worth writing down. And I guess that's the hard part for me, is like figuring out what's worth writing down. Yeah, I haven't written in it for months. I need to get back to it. Yeah, I haven't written in it since October. Oops. But you know what? You know what I need? I need to go get myself a nice pen. I find it easier to journal if I have a nice pen. Something that makes me feel fancy. No, journaling is a really helpful and effective practice. A lot of people who are mentally well journal. And a lot of that has to do with it helps you to like get your mind in order. It helps you to like get some clarity and perspective on your thoughts. It also helps to set the belief that your life is one worth documenting instead of one worth forgetting. But no, Cowboy, you've inspired me. I will try to write more in my journal. I need to go to the store and get a nice pen. I've been meaning to do that. I was going to get a pen the last time I was at the store, but I forgot. So I'm going to get myself a new pen so I can start doing some more journaling. You've inspired me. Thank you. But yeah, no, I think it's as simple as that. It's like if you are journaling, it reinforces the belief that your life is one worth documenting and remembering rather than one worth forgetting. And I think that that's a really impactful practice. It's a real, it just really helps to build your sense of self. The precious stationery. Why did you buy it? You deserve to use it. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that stationery, that fancy pen, it wants to be used. I have a funny little story about that, actually, and I'll be quick because I have some more questions I need to get to. I have a little story I want to tell you. All right, he's not here right now, so I can tell you this story about him, and he won't hear me tell it. So this story is about my friend Mike. Some of you might know Mike. Mike from Bah. I was playing Project Zomboid with Mike, and Project Zomboid is a pretty, hardcore game. Like, it's pretty challenging. Like, the best weapon in Project Zomboid is a katana. And I found a katana, and I gave it to Mike. I said, Mike, here, this is a gift. You're gonna have this katana. But he saved it. He didn't use it. And I said, Mike, that katana wants to be swung because items and weapons have durability, and if they break, you can't really, it's hard to fix them. And you know what? His character ended up dying without ever using that katana. And so I think about that. It's like when you play a video game and you're at the final boss and you have, all of the potions and all of the items and all of the consumable. Like, I better save this. I might need it later. Like, nah, use it. It wants to be used. That's what it's here for. I'm at a very weird place right now. I suffer from schizophrenia, and I came to my cottage, and all my symptoms seem to have vanished, which is great. But thinking back and seeing how many people suffer from it, I can't help but think that something greater controls all this. I don't even believe in God, but the evidence in my head is overwhelming. I hope I can just accept that it's all in our brains someday. You know? I do have some theories. I do have some speculations. I spend a lot of time thinking about psychosis and schizophrenia and like what's really going on there, because a lot of it is just very hard to quantify and very hard to explain. It's even hard to like properly understand unless it's something you've experienced firsthand. But the thing about it is that it doesn't have to be permanent. A lot of people go into remission with psychosis and schizophrenia. Some people just experience it in an episodic way. Sometimes people only experience it when they're at a really heightened emotional state, whether it be like really high mania or very low depression. Our minds want to make sense of the world around us. Hi from Casey's chat. Hey, how's it going? Hey. Hold on, I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Because psychosis and schizophrenia are just so hard to properly, like, explain to people. The analogy that's coming to mind for me is a fishing net. When you have a fishing net, it's all of these connective points, all of these connections, and they help you to formulate and figure out what is going on. Kind of like in your brain, you know, your brain is just a series of connections and it figures things out, and that's kind of like a net catching a fish. But when you're experiencing psychosis, it's almost like the holes in that net have widened. And so things slip through more easily. It becomes more difficult to hold on to an idea. Things become looser. But I do believe it is possible to reel it in, to tighten it up. I fully believe that people can drive themselves crazy, but they can also drive themselves sane. I fully believe that. For a long time, psychosis and schizophrenia were treated as this like lifelong permanent condition, but it's not necessarily the case. Oftentimes in psychology, we have this bad habit of referring to certain conditions as uncurable or untreatable. And I don't like to view things that way. Rather than view something as incurable, I like to view it as we just aren't that good at curing it yet. I'm happy to hear that you're feeling good and that you're feeling, you know, more sane. And that's good. And I feel like that's something that you can work on maintaining. And I feel like, you know, going forward, just having that moment of lucidity and clarity, it can help you to really, like, reinforce a clearer way of thinking. Anyway, I did a presentation on psychosis once, and I kind of want to revisit it. But not today. Maybe next week. Ooh. I feel like nothing is going to get better, and that I'm just all out of hope. I don't like me or my life. I practically hate myself. I just feel stuck by situations. Nothing brings me joy or happiness anymore. All right. I want you to pay very close attention. There is a part of you that wants hope, that wants things to get better, that wants things to be better for you, to feel more joy and love and happiness and satisfaction in your life. And that's the part of you that said, I'm going to type this up, I'm going to hit submit, and I'm going to put this out there. That's the part of you I want you to learn how to listen more closely to. Because right now it's just this teeny tiny voice in the back of your head saying, you can do it, I believe in you. It's just that it's so drowned out by all of the other voices. So we want to try our best to clear the fog. Those voices or these ideas or these thoughts that you're having, that is depression talking. And depression will lie to you. Like, even if you 99% hate yourself, focus on the 1% of you that you like and start expanding it. You don't have to like yourself, but you do have to love yourself. You have to love yourself enough to recognize the things in your life that you want to change so that you can enjoy life more. But no, it sounds like you're dealing with some depression. And so I'm going to share with you my favorite technique for pushing back against depression, for climbing out of depression, because that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like climbing out of depression. Depression is like a pit. You gotta climb out of that sumbitch. And so here's what you do. Ask yourself this question. What would it be like? What would I be doing? What would I be thinking? And what would I feel like if I were just a little bit happier? Not as happy as I want to be, not as happy as I'm trying to get to, but just the slightest, just noticeable amount of happiness. What would that version of you, a slightly happier version of you, what would it be like to be them? What's going on in their head? Because if you want to become that version of you, you have to get to know them. This is what worked for me. This is what worked for me when I was depressed. I asked myself every day, multiple times a day, what would I be doing if I was just a little bit happier? And I took all of those tiny little steps until I got to where I was trying to go. You start off by taking those tiny steps, and the next thing you know, you're taking big steps. And the next thing you know, you're jogging. And you build that momentum. And then before you know it, you will be happier than you thought was even possible. Because that's what depression does to you. It makes you think that happiness is impossible. And that I will never be as happy as I was. You could be even happier. You could be happier than you even thought possible. A lot of the times we make the mistake of assuming that our happiest days are behind us. I could never be as happy as I was when I was a kid. But the truth is that you have an adult brain now, and a bigger brain means more complicated and deeper feelings. Hey, I'm glad to hear that you enjoy the streams. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind words like that that keep me going, so thank you. Climbing out of depression feels like taking your power back. You're taking your power back from your depression. Your depression is sapping your strength. And you're building it back up. And eventually, the energy that you spend holding yourself down will become the energy that helps to lift you up. You just have to convert it. You have to repurpose it. Was brilliant advice. Well, thank you. And here I am giving it for I'm here giving it away for free, so how brilliant am I really? If I were really brilliant, I would be charging people money for it, but I'm just a fucking dumbass apparently. That shows you for thinking I'm smart. Hey, it's Luna. Hey, Luna, how's it going? So I graduated finally after years of suffering, literally, but I can't feel happy and I don't know why. I want to be happy, but I can't let the feelings out. Luna, I have something that I want you to try, but I'm gonna wait until the end, and I think it's gonna work. So give me a minute. I'll get there. I don't know what exactly it is that I'm feeling. I'm not enjoying it. My graduation party is going to be soon, and I'm not ready mentally at all. I barely even applied to any jobs. Tips, Papa? First off, don't worry so much about applying to all these jobs. You just graduated. You can take some time off. Like, honestly, you just graduated. Like, take some time to just fucking chill. You don't have to rush out and go find a job in your career field right away. It's like, no, that job will be out there waiting for you, so. You've been home for like a month, it hurts? Okay. Is it the laughing video? No. But it's close. There is no video involved, it's just gonna be me. Alright, I got a tip for you. You've got that happiness inside you, it's just in a locked box. It's in a locked box because you were protecting that happiness from all of your stress. You put it away in a locked box to keep it safe. And so if we want to get it out of the box, we have to use the key. And I've got the key for you. What sound would you make if you were happy, if you were celebrating something, if something really exciting happened? Like maybe you're on a roller coaster. Maybe if you don't like roller coasters, maybe you won a prize or something. We're going to use sound as a sort of backdoor entry point to hack our brain. I mute, I don't make sounds. That's fine. You don't have to make a sound, you can do something else. Are you familiar with the phrase, because I don't know how universal this phrase is, and I know you're not from the United States, but have you ever heard of the phrase, jump with joy? When people just get so excited and so happy they just can't help it and they literally just jump in the air. Have you ever jumped for joy? All right, let's use visualization. It's that same technique that we were talking about earlier for getting out of depression. And I want you to use it to help tap into your happiness. I want you to picture yourself happy, celebrating, joyous. What would that be like? If you need a suggestion, I have one for you. Woo. Is it okay to not be able to picture that too? Well, no, we're drawing the picture. We're drawing the picture. Like, if you want to untap this happiness, which is what you're trying to do, you gotta be able to, we gotta visualize it. Oh, like go woo? Yeah. I want you to woo. I want you to go. Let me turn down my mic a little bit. I don't want to blow out anybody's ears. I want you to go. I want you to get full. I want you to go. Woo! I want you to just pay attention to how it makes you feel. You start feeling a little bit of something. It might feel like a little bit of a tingle, but it's a little bit of something. So do it again. Woo! Have you ever noticed that when people are really happy, they will sometimes go woo? Have you ever noticed that sometimes when people are really excited and really happy, they go woo? Do you ever wonder why that is? It's almost like a reflex. It's almost like saying ow when you get hurt. Or any number of our reflexes. We have like vocalizing reflexes. You can actually start to create a feeling within you by making a sound that is associated with that feeling. Because your brain can't really tell the difference. But no, you were close by talking about that laughing video because it operates under the same principle. We're taking advantage of the fact that our brains are very suggestible. And so we're going to suggest that our brain that we are happy by smiling and by going, woo! And maybe you feel it. Maybe you feel it just a little bit. Well, that's progress. You might not be able to fully tap into it yet. You're opening it up. You're getting there. I feel like it goes away fast too. Yeah, that's joy. That's joy for you. Joy is a temporary, a fleeting emotion. Because if you felt joyous and happy all the time, it would just become normal for you, and then it wouldn't really feel like anything. You have to be okay with just being okay, because that's kind of how we are most of the time. Is we're just chilling. We're just hanging out. Here's another idea. Get really excited for somebody else. Find somebody else who's really excited or really happy and then match their energy. Get really happy for them. It's another helpful way to tap into that. Just let go of the idea that like happiness is impossible for you and embrace the idea that you have happiness. It's just in a tightly wrapped storage container in your mind and you're saving it for a special occasion. And I'm saying it's okay to crack that open, but it's going to be a gradual process of learning how to open it up and tap into that feeling, but you can do it. So just start practicing it. Happiness is a skill just like anything else. It's something that you get better at if you practice it. I hooked up with a guy for the first time ever. It was late, I was drunk, and we were chatting in a bar. He asked if I wanted to go back to his place for drinks, and I knew what he meant. Before this hookup, I was in a long-term relationship with a girl and had always dated women. Now I'm questioning myself. The hookup with that guy was enjoyable and felt electric. I never really understood why gay men hook up with each other, but this experience was amazing. I wouldn't mind meeting him again. I'm unsure if I'm bi or a little gay since I still find women attractive. Do we tell him? Do we tell him? The thing about sexuality and sexual attraction is that, it's kind of loosely defined and it fluctuates. Like sometimes you will feel like, maybe I'm more into women, and some days you might feel like maybe I'm not so sure about that. Like maybe I'm more into both. What matters most is you had fun, you enjoyed it, and you don't regret it. That's what matters most. How you label yourself isn't really as important. What is important is, did I enjoy it? Did I have a good time? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and label you. I feel like that's, like, how you label yourself is up to you. I'm not gonna label you. I feel like people get really hung up on how they label themselves, and that kind of puts you in a box, you know? So I would say just, did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? That's what matters. A few nights before, my long distance partner were going to bed, and I wanted to check up with him because we've been having issues because of his difficulty with the distance. We talked for a little about our feelings and we communicated great and lovingly, and then he suggested we talk about the rest later. I agreed and was ready for bed. Then he said he wanted me to know that he still loves and cares about me even though we're tabling talking about the rest tomorrow. Then I told him I understand, but I do still feel hurt, which was the truth. He got upset about that, and it spiraled into him opening up about everything he feels while I'm exhausted and not ready for all of this at that moment. He ends up saying he wants to be alone tonight and leaves the voice call. Then, instead of respecting talking the next day like we said, they just ignored me until I checked up on them and let them know I'm still here if they wanted to talk about it. All they say is, I just don't think I can do this, and tell them we don't have to talk about it right now, and they say I'm tired of being treated this way. I didn't raise my voice or belittle him, and I did keep getting lost, and yes, it may not have been something super comforting as he was probably expecting. Now at any text I send, I try to get us in a conversation to resolve or even to say it's okay if you need more time. All they'll do is respond by saying negative feelings about me, insisting that they're the only one who cares and has hope about the relationship, and about how I've hurt him without any mention of how they've hurt me, and is making it worse by responding like this. It's been 3 days of this, and I'm not sure why he enjoys prolonging conflict like this, when all it does is make me not care as much. Long-distance relationships are hard. I think it's also important to remember what appeals to some people about a long distance relationship. Like there's a certain type of person that is drawn to that type of relationship. But that's just me assuming that it's always been that way, so I guess that's not really important. Anyway. It sounds like he's still hurting, and he's not really in a place to talk in a constructive way, at least not right now. And so I guess I would just maybe give him some more space. Maybe give him a few more days to think about it and just see if that's good to like maybe cool down a bit. Because sometimes when it comes to talking about like the feelings that hurt us and the stuff that really weighs on us, sometimes people need just a little bit more time to cool off before they can actually talk about it in a constructive way. And the thing about a relationship is that both people have to be willing to put in the work on the relationship. It sounds like he might be channeling some of his negative feelings towards you, and he's not really in a place where he is able to listen to and receive and talk about how you feel, which is important when you are working through a problem in a relationship, is you both need to be able to validate one another and talk about how each other feels, because how you make the other person feel in a relationship should be just as important as how you feel. That's what a relationship is all about. It's about saying how you feel is just as important, if not more important to me than how I feel. And so it sounds like he's just really hurting, and so he's really caught up in his own emotions at this point in time. And so maybe just a bit more space. Maybe just give him some time. It's possible that he's got some other things going on in life that are causing him stress, and he's redirecting those feelings onto you. That could be happening. It's hard to say, though. I don't know the guy. It sounds like he started to get defensive and focused on his own feelings of hurt whenever you mentioned that you were feeling hurt. And so that kind of reads as like some insecurity on that end. Just like, I wouldn't say that he enjoys prolonging conflict. I wouldn't say that he enjoys it. He probably isn't having fun prolonging the conflict. I would say what might be more accurate is that he just has a hard time resolving a conflict, talking about it in a constructive way. So I think it's okay for both of you to just take some time, take a few more days, cool off, focus on yourself, and then revisit it and just see how it's gonna go. Because if you give it a few more days and he's still just like really heated up and still just like unwilling to talk about it, or unwilling to like validate and hear about your feelings, it's like, all right, like how much time do you need? I feel like a really important aspect of a relationship is mutual understanding. We can't become overly fixated on getting other people to understand us if we're not also willing to understand the other person. We can't make demands of the other person to understand us perfectly if we're not willing to also try to understand them better. I don't want to read too much into it because I don't want to read too much into it because I don't want to give you like ideas about what he's thinking because I don't know what he's thinking. But I would just say give it some more time and revisit it in a few days and just see where he's at. But if he just continues to, like you said, it's been 3 days, like give it a week. Like give it a few more days and just see where he's at. They're dropping all charges and closing the case against my husband. Missed opportunity. And then he didn't even take you to the zoo. You literally covered for him so that he wouldn't go to jail, wouldn't lose his job, and a bunch of people wouldn't lose their jobs because of his mistakes. And he didn't even take you to the zoo. It's the least he could have done. You prevented him from you saved him from going to prison. You saved him from going to prison and he couldn't even take you to the zoo. He called you fat? Why are you with this man? He sounds like a ghoul. Also, I've seen your selfies. You're nowhere near fat. You're not even like what? What? So he's a liar and a cheater and an abuser. So why are we with him? Learned a lot. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. Have fun. Go to give your dogs a smooch for me. Give your dogs a kiss. It's so rude. I know. I know. He has zero redeeming qualities. You think you're fucked in the head? Pales in comparison to what's going on in his head. I'm too quirky. I'm not normal. I don't care. Okay. There's no such thing as normal. There's no such thing as normal. There is no such thing as normal. There's a statistical average. But there's no such thing as normal. A lot of people really stress themselves out by trying to adhere to some definition of what normal is. And a lot of people end up resentful and unhappy living their life that way. I feel that the best way to find prolonged happiness in your life is to embrace who you are and to live your life in a genuine way. To be who you are unapologetically. If you ask me, normal is just another word for boring. I think it's almost time for the pizza buffet. I hope it's almost time for the pizza buffet. I'll have to ask Casey. Oh, hi, Scout. How you doing? All right. I'll give us a few more minutes if we have any more questions coming through. I'll give us a few more minutes in case we have any more questions coming through, but she was talking about getting Culver's. Did she forget the buffet? Oh, Did she leave? Did she leave? The car's not there. Did she go to get Casey? Did she leave? Did she go to get Culver's and forget we were supposed to go to the pizza buffet? This is the worst day of my life. This is the worst day of my life. Caller? I don't know if she'd answer. The car is gone. The car is gone. What is Culver's? Culver's. It's a fast food place. Why are all the dogs in here? Hello, dogs. Hello, all the dogs. Culver's. It's an American fast food restaurant. It's American, so it's like many of our other fast food restaurants, it's burgers and chicken strips. But they also specialize in frozen custard. Culver's also has cheese curds, which are pretty good. They got the cheese curds. Steamed broccoli. Like, if I'm getting fast food, you're not gonna catch me getting steamed broccoli as a side. Like, I already know what I'm signing up for, okay? Like, I'm not going to fast food to try to be healthy. Like, I'm getting a burger, and I'm getting cheese curds or french fries. You can get a side of bacon? You can get a side of bacon as your side? That's so American. They have mashed potatoes and gravy there? I didn't even realize. Steamed broccoli, though? Eating steamed broccoli from a fast food restaurant just sounds so depressing. Like, I'm not eating at Culver's because I'm trying to be healthy. I'm trying to eat at Culver's because greasy, calorie-heavy food is how we cope with the impending sense of doom that we all feel living in Joe Biden's America. 4th of July looked like fun yesterday. Oh, it was. Let's see if there's any good clips. We'll go to Casey's stream. I'll go to the clips. Let's see if we got any good clips. Clips. Past 24 hours. Oh yeah, this was me. This is me. I put on all the safety gear for comedic effect. I didn't actually need any of this safety gear. I put it on because I thought it would be funny. I went in the garage and I got my chainsaw gear. And I'm like, I'm gonna wear this while I do the firework because it'll be funny. So just so you know, I'm not actually that much of a weenie. That firework was fun, though. It was like $8, though, which was kind of... Some good gifts on the Discord. Oh, nice. You just hear all those explosions. That's what it sounded like until like 2 in the morning. That's what it sounded like until fucking 2 a.m.
He's literally just walking around the garage. He's just looking for garbage at this point. Atticus! Come here, boo!
4th of July was fun. Let's see, what's this one? I get one of those every year because it's the most annoying firework. Saturn missiles are the most annoying.
Where did that come from?
Also, it shot one at us. It shot one out at us. Fourth of July. We weren't celebrating America, okay? America just doesn't feel worth celebrating, if I'm being honest. We got some GIFs in the Discord. Let me take a look. Are they posted in the gallery? Yes. Okay. Here they are. Do I have GIF emote slots? Hold on. I don't know if I do. I might have to remove one of my other GIF emotes. Like, I want this as a GIF. Hold on, I gotta resize this shit. I gotta resize this shit. It's too big. It's too big. When you upload a GIF emote on Twitch, it has to be 1 megabyte or less. It's a very small GIF. Oh my god, pre-order Bloomborough now? How do I feel about the Bloomborough Magic the Gathering set? It's basically Redwall, if you know what Redwall is. It's a bunch of anthropomorphic mammals, tiny animals. How about you, chat? Did you have a good 4th of July? uploading. It's taking its time. Well, we'll get there. It's going. It's going. Anyways, while that goes, let's check that question box again. And we're still good on the questions. Did Casey really go get Culver's? I thought we were going to Pizza Buffet. I guess we'll go another day. Guess we'll have Culver's today. And Pizza Buffet another time. We go for my boyfriend's mom mainly. She likes going, but we know the trick for parking next year now. Ah, did you go and like see some fireworks? That's always fun to do, is go see like a professional fireworks fun show. They'll be setting off some big stuff. Like, I'm always saying, like, save your money, go see a fireworks show, like let other people spend their money on fireworks. The reason why I like to spend money on fireworks is because I like to blow things up. There's just something about my monkey brain that's just like, explosion, fun. Me make big boom. And so 4th of July is the time of year where I'm able to satisfy that part of my brain and, you know, me make big boom. Honestly, I haven't found a better tool for making and resizing GIFs than this website. Like, I'm not sponsored by them. I wish I was. That'd be cool to be sponsored by a GIF making website. But honestly, like, it's, even with access to like all of my other photo editing and like processing software, like graphics software, like still I use this website to like resize and edit GIFs. It just makes it so much easier. Like I can just, let's change the width. So it's 800 by 800 pixels, and that's why it's so huge. Let's see how big it is if we size it down to 200 pixels. Let's make it smaller. See, now it's down to 2 megabytes. How many frames is it? 132 frames? That's going to be a problem. You can only have 60 frames. You can only have 60 frames on a Twitch emote. So let's trim it. Where should we start? Let's start at 5, and then we'll go to 65. So we'll skip. Then we'll go to 65. Then we'll have to skip all the rest of these. This is the brilliance of design work. It's so much fun. Actually, wait, hold on. I think there's an easier way to do this. I think I can make it... I can toggle the range of frames. I can go 5 to 65. That work? Hello? Is this button doing its job? Hello? Here I am speaking praises for this website and it's not working. Let's go to optimize. this again. Okay, so that worked. Okay. Oh, that's how it works. My bad. I was doing it wrong. So I need to go from 1 to 4. Skip. And then from 66 to 109, we will skip. Delay time, let's keep it at 3. Alright, that's 1.4 megabytes. 61 frames? I miscounted. Alright, skip. Go to 64. Alright, now I need to optimize because it's too big. Compression level. Alright, that got it under a megabyte. That got it under a megabyte. You need to get... You gotta get it under a megabyte if you want to upload it to Twitch, and that's perfect. There we go. Now let's upload it. Let's get it up. What do we call it? That's the problem. What do we call it? I might just call it Spark. For now. If I can think of a better name later, we'll change it. It's that easy. Doesn't work. Is it up? Might have to refresh. Oh my god, it's working. Hell yeah. Casey's back. Casey's back and she did get Culver's. I guess she changed her mind on the pizza buffet. In honor of the new emote, I have a song for you. You know, I might edit it. I might edit it so it's a more clean animation of me going back and forth instead of being kind of jumpy. But I didn't want you to sit here and watch me fuck with it for like 20 minutes, so I'll worry about that later. Or I could worry about it right now. Hey, well, thank you, babe. No pizza buffet today?
Tomorrow after the zoo.
Tomorrow after the zoo? Oh, tomorrow's gonna be a great day then. Tomorrow's gonna be a great day. We're gonna go to the zoo and then we're gonna go to the pizza buffet. Even better. Even better. Sindra? Hi, come here. You have something to say? Okay, do you have something to say? Oh, hey baby. Hmm. No? Not your thing? Oh, there you go. No? You don't like it? Oh, Syndra. Oh, Syndra. So jumpy. Want any more of your fry? You want more? No? You want some of my cheeseburger? She wants more of my cheeseburger. Oh, she ate her fry. She's eating her fry. I set her down and now she's eating it. I guess you did want it. Or did you? No, she just took some more nibbles. She didn't actually eat it. Syndra, what are you doing up there? Syndra! Can't be up on my desk. There's not enough room. Here. Want some cheeseburger? No? Syndra, you don't want any? There you go. Take a bite. There you go. Pretty good, huh? You're just gonna lick it, or you're gonna take a bite? Sindra, come over here. Come over here. Come on. Come on, baby. Here. Sindra. There you go. Get a bite. Get a bite. Sindra, here. Let me tear you off a piece. There you go. Is that easier? There you go. Okay. Your cat loves oil. Honestly, cats are funny. Like dogs will eat just about anything, and you don't really meet many picky dogs. Dogs will eat just about anything, and I don't care what dog it is, it's probably gonna try to eat stuff it shouldn't try to eat. Cats, on the other hand, cats can be very picky. Got some picky eaters. Like Beaver will eat anything. Beaver will eat stuff that he's not supposed to eat. He's that kind of cat. Your cat eats salmon cat food. When you give them a piece of salmon, they just smell it and walk away. Aren't they? Cats are weird like that too. Cats are... Oh. Excuse me. Ah! You see how she's using her tail to find out where my head is so she can balance herself? She's using her tail to like spatially coordinate herself. Aren't cats cool? So I've figured out what I want to do with this emote to make it loop better. So follow me here for a second. So first off, what I want to do is I want to find a frame where I've got the firework at the far right side. So if you look, it's like it's swinging, it's swinging, it's swinging. You can like look at the spark trail to kind of figure that out. All right, so let's do 43. I want to start at frame 43, so I'm going to turn off frames 1 through 42. Sindra? I hope you don't mind this brief emote making class. This is optional, you know. Okay, so what I need is I start here and then I swing and then I need to find the next frame that is the closest to this one. So that would be right before... Probably this one, or this one. So 70 to 109. Oh yeah, cats are also very nosy, like they're always up in your business. So let's try that. Let's try just these frames and see if that makes more of a consistent loop. That's not really what I'm looking for. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I need to add more frames. Let's add some more frames. Oh, I was twirling. That's why it looks weird. That's why it was going around. Okay, it was twirling. I wasn't actually... Okay. That's why it's... Okay. That's why it's scuffed. I was doing the wrong move. Let's try that. It's still not right. Let's just try this. Let's just trim the back half. That loop's a bit better. It's not perfect, obviously, because if you want a perfect loop, do you want me to show you how to loop it perfectly? Do you want me to, do you want to see how you make a seamless loop? If you want to see how you make a seamless loop, I need to pick 30 of my best frames. Let's just do this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we do 62. And then, so 30 would be 92. So 62 to 92. So we need to disable all these ones, 93 through 109. Syndra's sitting on my keyboard, so she's kind of making it hard to type. Let's see how long I can leave this song on a loop in the background before anybody notices that it's on a loop. Okay, so here's what I need to do. If you want to make a GIF that loops seamlessly, actually I could have done 2 more frames. I can do 62 frames and I'll show you why. I need to copy all of these frames from this one, the second one, all the way to the second from the last one, and then I have to do them backwards. So we'll copy, we'll move it. This is kind of tedious, but I'll try to It doesn't take that long. It should be pretty quick. I just have to click 30 things. That's the thing about making GIFs. It's a little bit time consuming. But I found that this website actually makes it so much easier than like doing this shit manually. Or through like, cause it's all about making GIFs, and I love it. Sometimes I'll make GIFs in Adobe Premiere because then I can actually set my frame rate so I know that I'm going to get the exact right number of frames that I need. And this only applies to making Twitch GIFs because Twitch GIFs have a cap on the frames. You can only have 60 frames. Alright, almost there. So after I copy all these, unless my math was bad, which it may have been because I did take an edible, it should be a nice clean loop. Oh my god, we're almost there. I can see the end. Let's just do this. Just a lot of dragging and dropping. See, if I made this GIF, I could have made it the right number of frames, so I could have saved myself all this trouble. Also, I could have animated it in Premiere. Sweet. Okay, 63. So, the only ones that I don't duplicate are the first one. Also, I can skip these two. I don't know why those are active. The reason why I don't duplicate the first one is because if you do that, it's gonna like have 2 frames of that first frame, so there's gonna be this awkward like pause in your GIF, and you do the same thing with the last one. You just duplicate all of the middle ones, and then reverse them, and it should give you a nice, clean looping GIF. So let's see what it looks like. Oh, the fireworks are going into the tube. That's cool. Makes me look like a wizard. See, you can tell I'm fucking high because I didn't even realize. I'm like, oh yeah, duh, the fireworks are gonna be backwards. I didn't realize. I'm like, use your brain, man. Oh. Alright, Syndra. I want to eat this food. Well, it loops, so Drugs. Yep. Sugar, caffeine, oxygen. Don't forget oxygen. That's a good one. Don't go telling me oxygen's not a drug. Just try going without it. Just try going without it. How you use drugs? Oh. Should I be boofing them? Okay. I want to speed this up. I want to see what it looks like if I speed it up. I think if it's fast enough, it won't matter that it's going backwards. Wrong answer. I mean, are you at least going to give me multiple choice? Not going to give me some options? If you're just going to go around telling people they're wrong, but then not help them find the right answer, are you really helping? I feel like a lot of us will hurry to tell others how they are wrong, but won't help them to be more correct. So, enlighten me. You use drugs for enjoy. I am enjoy. I'm having a good time. Do you not hear the music? Do you not hear the music? Do I need to turn it up? It's impossible to have a bad time while this song is playing, it's true. Hold on, I'm cooking. I'm onto something here. Like, there's this random ass frame in there that's just like this one. Like, I want to get this right. Like, I'm so close. Oh, I think. Oh, it's these. Why are these here? A lot of cooking.
We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gon' celebrate.
It might be as good as we get. That's not bad.
It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
You fell in love with an e-girl 2 years ago?
Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
I would say
It's alright.
search closer to home.
We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright, baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright.
Okay. Let's try this one. I'm gonna switch it. I hope you enjoy watching me make emotes because I enjoy making emotes and I know a lot about making emotes.
It's a celebration.
So I hope you're able to learn something.
Come on and celebrate.
Alright, this emote's gonna be temporarily disabled.
Alright. Let's celebrate.
The test version of the emote we're retracting, and the final version is Papa Celebrate. Because it also happens to go perfectly in time with this song that's been playing in the background. Alright, give it a moment. It works. It works, we got it.
So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now.
So I added some new cat dancing emotes today.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on.
Making my own copy pasta.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on
All right.
here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good times.
I'll let you know
Your
I used Twitch for a long time before I ever started streaming, so I'm always a chatter at heart. My favorite thing to do in chat was make emote copy pastas, or combine emotes in fun and interesting ways.
Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate.
I think I'm clocking out.
Let's celebrate. It's all right.
I've been clocking out from therapy today.
We're gonna have a good time tonight.
On that.
Let's celebrate.
Okay,
see
but
what
now
Casey's
we've gone.
up to.
Okay, so it's smelling the hole and then it.
Alright, gamers.
Let's celebrate. It's all right.
Have a great night. Have a great life. See you next time. Have a great weekend. Take good care of yourselves. Don't forget your homework. It's due on Tuesday. Practice your woo. What is the happiest sounding woo you can make? I can just about guarantee you that if you take 2 minutes out of your day and you just try to make the happiest sound that you can, like what is your happy sound? Just try to figure that out. I guarantee it'll make you at least feel a little bit happy. Maybe just the slightest tingle. But maybe it'll have you laughing, who knows? Don't forget, if you can learn to laugh at yourself, you'll never run out of things to laugh at. You're welcome for the stream. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. One more time with the song. Let's go. I want you to show up in Casey's chat with the fireworks. I want you to bring the party. Don't forget, the party doesn't start until you walk in.
So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
The party does not start until I walk in. I love turning pop song lyrics into mantras, honestly.
What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on! It's a celebration.